Hello. Let's just fix that real quick. All right. Hi, I'm Brada Fraser, and this is Final Fantasy XIV. Let's play gathering a wee bit of wood. Little Arcadia lumber. Never hurt anybody. Hi. Yes, I know. We're so furry. Yes. Oh, yes, we're just full of furs. I know. I'll come back to all of that later. All right. It's time for the White Mage, and we will continue the story, shall we? Yes, I know. We're so happy. Cat used to love to be on screen, and now he's gotten camera shy. Here you go, kitty. Hi. Yes, I know. Mm-hmm. Full of them furs. Oh. I have a mission right there. Hi, sir. Yes, I love you too. Mm-hmm. I know. Oh. My bracelet. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It's a part of me I can never hope to replace. Truly, Wak Lamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't quite put it that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond. I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the band's leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. It's an easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Kiwikana and Lawin. If it wasn't for you believing in Zenoa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. I had no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Wheaton put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Zenoa would find a way to get us out. He always had the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking some strength besides. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dust Watch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train day and night, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Uh-huh. Right, and you'll teach us how to draw pistols so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need a duel if all goes as it should. On the off chance it doesn't, we'll best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that, you have my word. Till we meet again.
Parts computer.
If you'll excuse me, I should go find a quiet place to rest. I'll be here for a while yet, though, so do let me know if there's any way I can be of assistance. Or were you not planning to take the train home? Oh, train service has been suspended, didn't I tell you? Bill mentioned no such thing. Well, something about the tracks been damaged in the last quake. Well, the tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake. That must have happened while we were still down south. Well, it's been quite a few tremors of late. A rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know what service will resume, you can speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. Yeah, you'll be passing through knowing this anytime soon. My pa lives over that way, and we've been meaning to pay him a visit, but this job just keeps me busy. A little too busy. Anyway, I was hoping you could tell him from me I'm doing fine and working hard, and just let me know if you need anything or if there's anything else you need. My name's Whipper, and he works in the kilns. Hate to impose, but be real grateful if you could do me this favor. Yeah, eventually. It seems people aren't too happy about the train delays. I mean, I wouldn't be either.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Kitty's done hanging out.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work.
Well, we can help.
It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
Indeed.
I have to admit, it was a touch
sabotage.
strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand, too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful.
Oh, yeah, sure, we can help.
Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
There they are. That's them, the two volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe.
Mm-hmm.
And this grizzled mug is Zopia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
All right.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Yeah, very similar.
Something the matter?
He just looks like somebody I know. Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
All right.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first.
Oh, darn, I was just harvesting there whenever I was just taking a whole lot of lumber before. Didn't know I needed permission.
Come on, no time to waste.
Like, whoops, sorry. Didn't know I needed permission. Well, no small numbers live in Shalolani. I must confess I've never visited the home of the Hetsaro. They largely live in accordance with older traditions. I suspect they may have a dim view of our railroads. Come, well, let's follow Awalika. Hey, Corythius, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Feel free to stop by, stay as long as you like. Playing Final Fantasy XIV still? There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be on the depot, but you can still see it from outside. So I'm quite taken with the sweet design of the headed myself. Though if you peek through the shadows, you can probably catch a glimpse. Going for 10 hours, need a nap? I totally understand. Yeah, been there. Well, thanks for dropping in. Well, enough jabbering, Sineza. Thinks these two probably have real work to do, so let's get to it. I'll see you later. Well, appreciate you stopping by, Corythius, even if you need a nap soon. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It is on the way, after all. We are in Westworld, Final Fantasy style. What level are you up to? Or are you playing a different game? Yeah, you said you were playing Final Fantasy XIV. You're in Red Dead Redemption land. I must confess, the train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods through the wilds now. Right, Owen Nelson should be at the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Yeah, I went through here earlier and was logging my little heart out, and went back in town and they're like, oh yeah, you need permission to log over there. It's like, oh, that's good to know. I mean, there's a bunch of really nice trees. Of course I'm going to take a few. I already attuned to this crystal and everything because I saw that there were clearly people over here. Oh, somebody's blowing dust. Oh, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, never had dealings with the people of Moasoan. But I do know that their traditions deal a great deal with them. So does the land. Our traditions are important. Ah, such lovely clean air. Feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Sosena Springs. It's blowing dust. It's going everywhere. Waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals, both. Sure. Glad you appreciate the blessings of nature, so. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I'm Huato, chief of the Merhuelson, and this is my son, Shepito. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the warm welcome, and apologize for sudden intrusion. I'm Mobilita, station master of Jacques Truel's railing. Recent earthquake has damaged our tracks, and we require timber to make repairs. This is Peter Nerndl, who volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. I have a curious air about you. Oil and steel, tan leather, and a faint scent of pine, but not of Turali sort. I gather you're not from these lands. I'm a traveler with a star. Truly? Oh, I'd love to know more of you and the lands you've seen. Oh, I've seen so many places. Oh my gosh. And told your people hold the traditions in the highest. Yet I gather you're curious about those of others as well. Oh, but of course, nature is boundless. This is our love of her lands and her children. The Hetsu in particular have done much to guide our way of life. We're to hunt and to gather and lay our heads. The Hetsu teach us all these things and more, and it's for that reason, I believe, that we are tuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word, Hetsu. It means leader of souls in the Hetsaro tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetsu among the Hetsaro. Here we look to Ronik for guidance. However, as you've gleaned from our Aetherites, while we are committed to our traditions, it does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. Oh, yeah? We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask you indulge us in a discussion. We'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not receive guests. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always so delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. My son is delighted to hear their tales. That's the sentence he said. All right. Huato. I loved you in Phantom Menace. I'll speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronik have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. The stableman near Hoswari mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? Oh, we have our suspicions. Since others are drawn to this land by ceruleum, so Shalonia is going to go into transformation. And the railroad's part of that. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Ronik are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we don't necessarily reject outside influences and innovations, but in this we can't help but worry. Understandably, thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only the Hatsaro, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Valkawana. Valkawana, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he's apparently... how should I put this? Hardened and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Shepito. I mean, you're not too wrong. Well, there's a grain of truth to the rumors. Not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. Here. His journeys have changed him for the better. So in the course of traveling with him, you witnessed him change with your own eyes. Pietro thought, you took part in the rite of succession? You're that close to the Dawn servants. I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I was recruited a bona fide hero. What are you gonna do? Well, the succession of Dawn servants fills us with uncertainty for the future, but there's clearly much we don't know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds, that we may seek Valkawana for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Oh, just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful he'll do the same. Yeah. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we've freshly cut logs near the lake. Please, take all that you require. All that I require? We're truly grateful. Because, I mean, I'm going to stockpile that stuff if you'll have me. I promise we'll keep the Runique foremost in our... I promise we'll keep the Runique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad. If needs be, we'll seek Valkawana's counsel. My thanks again for your time and your timber. Well, we shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. Well, we've more than enough timber to fix the tiles. Now we just need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect to be given so much. I'm waiting here a spell while I round up a few hands on a Rodnik. It won't be long. Sure. Well, I'm glad that went well. And thankfully it seems we don't need to make several trips for the timber. Pretty. While we wait, we get started moving the timber so we're more accessible. It should not take long if we split the work. Grab this crate of rough cut timber. Prepare the timber to the main road. You have 2 minutes to complete the task. Are we finally at 96 level missions? I should think this will be enough. It might have kind of you to move all that. Might have kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Sure. Once we repair the tracks, we'll have you on first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there ain't any spots available. I have to wait for the next one after, I'm afraid. But you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. Well, that's fine. We'll meet on others. No, a few others will be here long after we arrived. Long before we arrived. It's only right that they go before us. Yeah. Hope you'll stop by and see the trade-off, though. It's a breathtaking sight, I tell you. Now, what I'll be driving, no engineer compares to one. It's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shinzo. We've still got work to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shalom you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. Alright. Level 96 missions. Okay. So that's going to tell me that I can do as many of these other missions as I want. The threat of being spoiled is over. Alright. Hail, traveler. If you're bound for Hiswane, I have a favor to ask. Could I get you to deliver this polished horn to my sister? Oh, sure, why not? If I'd attended the field at the outskirts of town, she shouldn't be hard to recognize. We have the same hair color. In fact, if we're going to be doing the missions, it's back to Bard. Well met, traveler. Have you perhaps seen a Ronique calf around here? I spotted a youngster south of Lake Tower. It seems like they've gotten separated from their kin. With all the hungry fiends that roam the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone to protect it. The thing is, I'm just not cut out to defend it from any would-be predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? Well, they ought to be somewhere in the south of the lake. Hey, did not tell you to go to sleep, computer. Ah, there's the calf. Whoa, that's what eyes you expectantly. You jerk. Ah, you suck. Lost one of these calf. Eyes you expectantly. Escort the lost one of these calf to its owner. Should you fail to defend the calf? I love you. Bye. This thing's gonna freaking kill me. Because it ran away during my counterattack. Okay, interestingly enough, this gives me a really good opportunity to finish these other quests that I needed to get done. So this is good. Despite all evidence to the contrary. Excuse me. Triple Triad. Oh, I'm always willing to play. Ever since a traveling merchant introduced me to the game, I've been trying to think a little else. I'm always cooking up new strategies. All right, let's go. I lose. Sudden death. I get to go first. Another sudden death. Blue wins. Alright. Suppose I wasn't as cunning as I thought. Playing against a much stronger opponent has its own reward. You get the blood pumping as much as any hunt. Indeed. Alright. In the eyes of a hunter. I can tell. We're hunters ourselves. Today we trunked out a brook. Nasty creatures will tear a man crotch to crown if you let them draw too close. The jungle crawls with them. Yet they're anything but easy prey. That's why we usually hunt the bastards in large bands, but as you can see, we currently number but 4. Which brings me to my request. Yeah, let's go. Fine answer. Let brothers and sisters welcome you. And there I go. Problem is, probably needing to change up. And down I go. It's under level for this fight, almost every way. I won't let math stop me. Again. Our party's down to half strength. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, 3 hunters down, 1 left. Fate failed. Oh well, we tried. Hi. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. I know, Kitty. I know. We love this cricket. Oh man, I forgot. We got stuff to do. Do the Mandeville Index. Got to do the other stuff. Well, did you find the right flora? Here's the stuff you asked for. Good. With this, we can make offerings of incense to the respective Hubigo and Vanilla statues. There was a time when we offered food, but scarcity of the war drove many to risk their guardian's ire for but an extra mouthful. Seeds of mistrust among our people, until a reigning autarch declared that only smoke should be offered thereon. I underestimated you, outsider. In exchange for your efforts, I will personally ensure that your incense burns among the plinths of our heroes, and your name is remembered as friend of Mamook. Huzzah! My husband arrived home safely. Thank you, stranger. Thank you. I'm sure you noticed, but our union was arranged in accordance with old teachings. After everything we gave and everything we lost, the news that it would be up to nothing was too much for my husband to bear. The children he might have reared still haunt him, as they do me. It is mourning we must endure together, as partners. Together we can now at least put our grief to words. Yeah? Hi. Okay, so let's start going through these things because I do have stuff to turn in at Rajathan. Alright, girl. Well, let's have a look at them pretty shiny rocks. I got your rocks right here. There you go. Alright, he's gonna do the trick. I'll grab his lordship and get to work. Thank you for your untiring efforts, Peter. These acquisitions are most demanding, I know, but we could not proceed without them. Crystallite of this type is said to have mystical properties. Its every mote infused with aether from its journey across the cosmos. We'll use Grodbrand's technique to harness and condense this cosmic energy that we may extract a single concentrated drop. This precious liquid is the heart and soul of our ultra-mandrill coating. Well, that's bloody fascinating and all, but would you explain the goddamn technique already? You mean to have us fighting this time? Meditating? Dancing, my good man. We shall perform the traditional dance of House Mandeville together. In his search for a viable method, Grodbrand failed to extract the crystalline's ethereal essence innumerable times. Frustrated beyond measure, he eventually contacted a friend at a far-off star to ask for advice. Thus did he learn the theory of compressing the crystallite's stored energies by bombarding it with specific etheric waveform, much like squeezing a lemon. An inspired Grodbrand had then returned to work, where he experimented with generating the waveform through physical movement. One particular choreography proved the most resonance, and lo, the trademark Mandeville undulations were born. Oh, and it so happens the far-off star in question is the homeworld of our own Master Poo-Poo. It was his keen eye that recognized the familiar resonant properties of our gentlemanly dance and allowed us to rediscover the extraction process. Don't sit up with fancy words all you want. You ain't swallowing that ridiculous shite. Think you can extract mineral essence with your daft dancing? Ha! Count me out. Not coming to strictly observational role, so no dancing for me either. If you both so wish, we shall perform the extraction without you. As for you, Peter, your role shall be the most crucial. I should like you to hold the crystallite and catch the quintessence if it fails. All right. You say it's a lot of chocobo shite. The dance lacks sufficient intensity. A lot of fun. I don't know what's going on either. It's bloody magical. The resonance. Still, 'tis not strong enough. oil this book up. That's how books work, right? You oil it up and then you can shoot lasers out of it. That's totally how books work. Huzzah! Our combined performance did the trick. Master Geralt and I will take it from here. Let us prepare the vial Ultra Mandeville and proceed with the final augmentations. You better witness the pick at craftsmanship. Now we apply the Ultra Mandeville coating. As for the prior stage, the final composition of the oil's ingredients will greatly influence the armament's properties. I shall need you to take a moment and consider well which qualities you value most in your weaponry. Gonna make a Death Star laser. Are you certain? Then it's so it shall be. Behold, Peter, the work is done. A perfected art of dedicated artisans. A Mandervelius Index. The beauteous, tangible reward for all of our toil and sacrifice. It's a grand sight, all right. Finding mammoths, drinking weird booze, and dancing weirder jigs is an odd bloody way to forge a weapon, but you can't argue with the end result. Aha. There is, in fact, one other favorable consequence to finishing our product. My family's relic contains what appears to be a locked recording, and if what Master Poo-Poo tells me is correct, our completed Mandeville weaponry should serve as key to open it. Shall we give it a try? Oh yeah, sure. Let's use the book to open the what's it. Medieval weapons, the saga ends. Moment. Let us commence the viewing. Getting information out of books. Who knew? Some nice pizza. If you're watching this recording, then I must assume you've successfully brought the Mandeville weaponry to its completed state. Allow me then to share some of the philosophy that went into the weapon's creation. As explained in my previous story, the many worlds upon which we Mandevillians resided were laid to waste by an inexplicable catastrophe. The final days, one must imagine. Peace reigns upon this star for now, but we can never know when or what matter of chaos might threaten our tranquil lives. Thus did I endeavor to forge armaments with the power to repel any threat, no matter how dire. However, in the wrong hands, such powerful weapons may exacerbate the very problem they were created to solve. Sadly, my long search for worldly wielders, those possessed of both martial excellence and unyielding moral fortitude, has failed. I am left with no choice but to destroy my triumphant works. This explains how you lost the originals, huh? In the hopes that the deserving hero will one day emerge, I have decided to leave the secrets of their manufacturer to my heirs. By necessity, the process must be rendered cryptic, lest these potent armaments be too readily attained. The fact that you are watching this proves you have the wisdom to pierce my elaborate obfuscations, and the discipline to retrace the grueling steps of my smithing saga. I have faith in your judgment. Do what is just, and ensure and trust the mandible weaponry to those who champion the ideals of peace. How gratifying to know that my motives were aligned with those of my ancestor. Towards my own experience of the final days, it moved me to recreate the mandible weapons and put them in heroic hands such as yours. And it is more gratifying still that we should succeed in the task which Godbrand himself set for his descendants. I thank you for all of your valuable contributions. I admit it was a bit of a shock to hear I was cracked in the alien designs, but you hired the right smith for the job. You know the job isn't over yet. There's still many weapon variants we've yet to reforge. I know. Don't get your bloody smoke clothes in a twist. I'll stick around until the last blow's hammered. Aha! For the extraction of ultramandible essence, I must ask that you call upon the assistance of the high crucible alchemists. It matters not who perform the dance, as long as they do so with gentlemanly perfection and aplomb. Say to me now, the mandible weapon's more than just a pet project, an investment in the future of our world. Well, you have me permission to keep them on the books. It's an official Mandeville and Mandeville enterpriser. Oh, that's a relief. It would be difficult to cover these expenses with my weekly entertainment budget. With that settled, we can continue as before. Our most excellent house Mandevillian artisan shall handle requests to perfect other weapons in your possession. Meanwhile, our resident expert alchemist will assist with adjusting weapon properties, assuming you supply the requisite crystalline, of course. All in all, it's been a most satisfying experience. My thanks again. I look forward to our next mutually beneficial encounter. Well, see ya. With great power comes great Mandeville. Plus Ultra. Trophy earned. Adjusted my Mandeville properties. And having the armor properties I simply wish to. I need crystallite to do it. There it is. I was like, I know we have another one. 665. Okay. So that is finished. Time for the first riddle and find the location hinted at therein. What's a riddler now, a ruler? Great hall rests upon buried sheets of old, shells of old, where palm trees tower over sands gleaming gold. Okay, so gold shells. Alright, that's going to be another one I'm going to look up because I don't think I'm going to bother with that. I'll get these two taken care of and then we'll be able to fly around to get the rest. Mending. Oh, okay. Comanche Grove. I'd say they should expand their operations. But that'd be more difficult than it sounds. Even the smaller trees of this forest are not impossible to fell, so clearing more space would be difficult. Not much of a suggestion after all, I'm afraid. That happens. Katika Heartland. Yeah, I got told ya. My thanks, stranger. To get my wife sent you. Wyverns don't usually attack people. I hardly knew what was happening before they were on us. But that's neither here nor there. Let's return to Mamook and see that you receive a proper reward. Shahil Jah should be anxious about our arrival as well. Whew. Really good. Thank you, traveler. Now we'll be able to hunt these forests without fear. There are many stories about the Blue Fleecekin, but none agree on who among them the Dawntrail was cursed first or what misdeed. Some say it was a Dawntrail punished for felling trees, and others say it was a Bonewa punished for burning them. Each clan insists the blame lies with another, of course. Honestly, I think it's just a tale to keep people away from the dangerous and forbidden areas of this forest. Just the other day, one of them went and pursued a mark in that direction, and he hasn't been seen since. That Blue Leafkin just now. Could it have been? No, it's just a story after all. Anyway, you've done us a great service. We'll be sure to keep to our nominal hunting grounds and see if we can't find our missing friend. Can only hope, right? A thousand blessings upon you. My Cthulhu Jah is safe thanks to your kindness. I don't know what I would have done had you not arrived when you did. Most of our able-bodied fighters have left the city in search of mercenary work, you see. As I once did myself. You're from Eorzea, aren't you? I toured across the Salt in my younger years. That is, until I suffered injury enough to send me home for good. Now I can hardly manage to ward off the occasional feisty wyvern, it would seem. Glory days mean little when you can no longer protect your loved ones. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those wyverns aren't feisty. They were positively feral. I still can't believe you were attacked with such normally docile creatures. Something had them agitated. I still can't imagine what. Still, if our local wyverns are being driven into a rage, it doesn't bode well for us. 7 eyes is more than you bargained for, stranger, but would you be willing to help? It's unheard of for wyverns to attack Mumble Jah, so we need to determine what's going on before someone else gets injured. Well, sure, I can help with that. There's more to it. There's a little in it for you, mind. Don't get your hopes up. Thank him, dearest. He's doing us a kindness. Right, just not used to the open generosity is all. Thank you, stranger. We're counting on you. Bluebird? Yay. Attunement complete. First, I think we ought to search the area where we were attacked. If anything's amiss, we should be able to spot it. Don't worry about another ambush. Would you go on ahead and make sure the roads are safe? Thank you, stranger. You're ever generous. We first encountered the rivers north of Gummo's Grove. By the cenote there. I'll give you an ample head start and come meet you. In the meantime, I'll ask around the city. Others may have similarly attacked, for all we know. This is going to be how I die. And down I go. Okay, I'm going to take a potty break and we'll be back and we'll see if we can't survive a little bit better. We'll see. All right. Idiot. Get on the chocobo. Get off the chocobo. Hey. Success. I was kind of swooped in it right at the end, but I'll still take it. Oh, it's so slow. Yeah, very reminiscent of Final Fantasy X. I found it's usually a butterfly. And there's another one. Got those taken care of. See another leveling fate here. Hey, Hobogo Forger. Another traveler. I myself have journeyed to Tuilalan to gather Ikit ears. Not the actual ears, but the rare variety of mushroom that resembles them, hence the name. What I did not expect was to be greeted by so many other varieties, namely ones that are trying to eat me. If you're got nothing pressing. Sorry, it took too long to read. I'm a spy. Were you able to find the butterflies? There you go. Our very ones. We release a flutter of these during the exchange of matrimonial vows to celebrate the couple's new journey together. Sonoganuya in particular is regarded as sacred. The butterflies that live there are thus prized above all others for such ceremonies. They say the contrasting wings, when pressed together at rest, embody the rejoining of the two lovers from different clans, and the everlasting devotion between them. No symbol could be more auspicious, especially when delivered by the hands who born new possibility to our city. You and the Third Promise have done more for us than you'll ever know. These butterflies are sure to bring every happiness to the couple they bless. Cool. Check out the destination here. Scan the area, but no weapons emerge. Thank you for doing that. I had no troubles at all on my way here. Something that might explain the Wyver's aggression. I'm afraid I don't see anything unusual. What do you see? A lot of blue plants. What is it? A cyan crystal. I must have dropped it when we were attacked. It was a gift from my husband when we returned from Eorzea. He said its blue glow reminded him of these forests, so he carried it always. Worth no more than a common stone, I'd wager, but to me it's precious. I kept him safe while he was away. Brought him home alive. Sometimes the grief of his injury blinds him to the miracle of his survival. He may not be able to fight anymore, but he's still the strongest man I know. Huzzah! My husband used to train here in his youth. We called it Stone Califas, the weight of the sky, and once he believed with all of his heart that he could bear any weight and achieve any dream. I wanted to remind him that when I brought him here, those rivers came along. I wanted to remind him that when I brought him here, those rivers came along. Anyway, I've chatted on long enough. As far as I can see, nothing in this area really readily explains why those poor beasts attacked us as they did. Perhaps Guru Jaws discovered something back in the city. discovered a new location. Oasis. The enormous pillar of rock in the Jatik heartland is thought to be a remnant of an upper forest from when the meteorite fell, split the region in two elevations. When the Mummo-Jah revealed the formation itself, the Jabral are said to hold sacred trees, which hold sacred the trees which grow in the summit. Sacred trees, you say? I need to harvest them. Hey there, mysterious spirit. The mysterious spirit Mara spoke of. You need to be searching for someone to follow with. Follow the mysterious spirit? Of course. Follow the mysterious spirit. Try not to fall behind. It kind of looks like a fairy. The mysterious spirit stops, seemingly at the destination. Perhaps it'll speak with you now. Spirit's gaze is fixed on the bottom of the cenote. Perhaps it seeks something hidden down there. Found a suspicious shrub. From the suspicious shrub, you pull a jade ring, smeared with mud and marked with age. Someone must have dropped it. You no longer feel the mysterious spirit's presence. You should tell Mara what you discovered. You didn't really follow the spirit, did you? Did you learn anything? Found a jade ring. Well, this is the ring my grandfather lost. He used to live in Mosul Jews before the village was abandoned. To this day, he remains devoted to the old teachings, including those regarding blessed siblings. He still makes customary offerings of traditional dance by the same cenote, too. Perhaps he inadvertently called that spirit forth. Regardless, I'm sure he'll be happy to have his ring back. Thank you, stranger. Sure. Well, it's by no means a waste of a journey. I was able to recover my precious crystal. Thank you for seeing her home safely. While you were away, I managed to glean a thing or two about our weavers. Take her now. Somehow I knew you would have good luck.
According to those I spoke with, a number of people have been attacked by wild wyverns in recent days, many while traveling on public roads. Even Dawntrail have been among the injured, and theirs, as a clan which has worked with wyverns since time immemorial. Goodness, if even Dawntrail can't handle them, what hope do the rest of us have? We'd be fools to step outside the city. Not to mention, this might mean for our wyverns. If they start misbehaving, we may find ourselves without mounts or beasts of burden. I thought about calling upon the hunters to help with the wild ones, but calling the population can't serve us well in the long run. Which leaves providing armed escort to those who venture outside the city. With the right preparation, I could do it. What are you saying? It's not a matter of preparation, Kubuja. If this man hasn't come along when he did, But an armed escort would still mean slaying wyverns, right? You raise a good point. Perhaps setting a trap or creating some diversion would better serve our interests. Our goal is to protect our people, after all. The wyverns may be physically formidable, but they have some weakness in finer senses. A smell they can't tolerate, for instance. If we were to incorporate that deterrent to, say, a smoke bomb, they could buy anyone enough time to flee from an aggressive wyvern. Yeah. I can handle the smoke bombs. I've been making those since I was a mercenary. Oh, why don't we teach me as well? I'm eager to help how I can. If you could find out what scent drives wyverns to test, that would be a great help. Michael Jaw should know. Michael Jaw's a wyvern handler in mind, not the blessed siblings. And you have whatever he recommends. Bring it to me so I can infuse the smoke bombs with it. You can count on me. I got you, fam.
Quest accepted.
Whether wyverns hate the smell? Well, that's a way to start a conversation. I just need to know because they've been attacking people. I'm going to try to repel them. Ah, yes, I heard Kubuja was asking about recent wyvern incidents. I recommend the scalebird if you're looking for something smelly. You can pick them off of the luminescent plants found in water-bound areas like Cenote. Most unremarkable when you crush or grind them, and then you'll wish you never had. Wyverns have a keen sense of smell, so one whiff should be all you need to convince them to be elsewhere. But the same goes for people, so take care when storing those buds in your bag, huh?
Skillbuds time. Jatika Heartland. Using the hammer to obtain chunks of azure crystal.
Did you find the crystals? I'll be taking my hammer back, please. There's your hammer. And the crystal. Perfect. Putting these crystals into a reservoir enhances the water's energies, resulting in sweeter nodule. Incidentally, enhanced water also makes the peels grow brighter. Could be the Tree of Living Light's influence. Outsiders can find their glowing peels unnerving, but they do you no harm. We've been eating nodule for centuries without any adverse effects. What's on the inside is more important than appearances anyway, and as long as we have little else to eat, my nodule better be delicious as they come. Huzzah! The grove's future. While the nodule they grow are instrumental to our society, both the fruit and leaves can be used as cooking and trade. So my only thought is that they should keep up the good work and grow lots of nodule. If the offer of foreign crops still stands, I think our grove workers should be the ones to cultivate them. Their expertise in growing nodule makes them well suited for the job. None know our soil better, and I know they'll do us proud. Good deal. Hey, that was a little job. You find something to drive off the Wyvers. Well, scalebots should scare them off. They're stinky as all get out. When it's crushed, you say. This is, oh yes, this'll do it. When everyone's packed together just right, I can ensure the impact both triggers the smoke and crushes the bud. In theory, anyway. Still need to test it. If these smoke bombs work as planned, our problems are solved. What happens if they don't that worries me. A thankless task, but would you test them in my stead? You're far more capable of repelling an angered Wyver than I am. No wonder how it pains me to admit it. Yeah, sure, I can do that. There are plenty of Wyvers in the forest. See if the bombs work as they should. And do what you must if they don't. Snuffle, snuffle. Off they go. Oh, what did they say? Oh, just that the other. People really do think about our future. That's heartening to hear. Mamook's food supply can be a touchy subject. We're not supposed to talk about it, but in times of great shortage, the Autark trades nodule leaves to Ikbrash in exchange for provisions. Going forward, I want to make sure Mamook always have plenty to eat. But whose advice do you think I should prioritize? Maybe try expanding your operations. I see. By engaging with others, one of the grove can find its own way forward. alongside Mammoth. Thank you for helping me. I feel a lot better about the future now. They all ran off. Worked exactly as intended. I appreciate that worked, because I suspected that one of them would work and the other one wouldn't. It'd be like, oh, well, I guess I got to refine the... No, it worked. How'd it go? Did our smoke bombs work? Oh, yeah. Works great. Thank goodness. Now we no longer need to worry about battling any weavers. I fashioned my bombs after those of the kobolds across the salt. They pulled me through many a tricky situation, believe you me. Never imagined I'd be using them at home one day. I'm glad. The smoke bombs were a success, I take it. I do hope you're willing to share with the rest of us. And what would a river handler want with river repellent? I mean, for the rest of the city. Plenty of people have had run-ins with rivers, and few among them are fighters. I'm sure they'd be relieved to share in your brilliant solution. It's just a smoke bomb, nothing brilliant about it. So you say, but none of us could have conceived or crafted such a thing. Your expertise and knowledge continues to serve your community. I never even considered that. I always just thought a mercenary you can't find is little more than a waste of space. But if I can use my skills for the better, maybe there's hope for me yet. Yeah. It's so simple. Why didn't I realize that before? I think we have more smoke bombs to make, said Ojah. Enough for everyone. Indeed. We must do what we can to ensure Mamook's future is a bright one. That we will. Thank you for standing by us. You're a true friend of Mamook and her people. We should have a few bombs to spare for Bakul Jah and the others. I'll return home to fetch them, but I hope we meet again someday, kindest of kind strangers. I'll never forget all you've done for us. Huzzah! I'm glad you're here. We seem to have another problem, one that has nothing to do with rivers. An armed man's been spotted loitering outside the city, a Shabral. He's clearly not here for trade, and while I'd like to believe he's not here for trouble either, others in Mamook would think differently. If something does seem rash, our hopes for change... If someone does something rash, our hopes for change will have been for nothing. That's why I'd like you to speak with him as an impartial party and discover what business he has in these parts. Last I heard, he was outside the eastern gates.
Peter, oh, thank goodness, a friendly face. I've been working hard to fulfill my duties as a hunter, but the beasts on the horizon are as restless as ever. Thinking of lower forests may be plagued with similar issues. I come to investigate, but all I found thus far looks of fear and possible loathing. And here I thought Mamook had reformed its opinion on outsiders.
Recent river attacks have people on edge is all.
River attacks? Well, that is strange. I'd love to hear more about it from someone local. Surely it's not alone in my desire to keep our forest safe. Come on, Peter. All right. I should speak with him, not invite him over for tea. Apologies for the intrusion. My name is Pietro, and I come for investigating the local wildlife on behalf of the Brethren of Rock. Good old Jaw. I live here. Nice to meet you. The pleasure's all mine. Now, allow me to get straight to the point. The base of the Outer Horizon have been exhibiting strange behaviors of late. I have a theory as to whatever's causing the restlessness may lie in the Jatika heartland. So you think we're to blame for your problems? No, not at all. I simply meant we've been seeing strange blue-flowered beasts up above, and their presence has caused no little anxiety in the surrounding wildlife. I see. Blue blossoms are indeed native to Jatika heartland. It seems odd they would stray that far. First the rivers and now this. Something's not right. I'm keen to resolve the problem, whatever it is. You say your rivers have been acting strangely as well. Oh, yeah. Troubling indeed. I think I'll need more information if it'll affect any change. Let's ask around. Wait. A girl like you shouldn't wander these streets alone. I'll come with you. Here's a friendly face in these parts. If you can handle the western side of the city, we'll take the east. All right, I can handle that. Hey there, determined Opco. Flag addicts have been wandering in places they have no business being. Does that count as strange? Normally they live deep in the forest, but these days you can find them as close as Mamuk. I think it's strange anyway. Anything unusual? Well, now I think about it, my friend recently spotted a massive beast while gathering herbs. He'll be able to tell you more. His name is Son John. He lives just down the road there. That gargantuan thing scared me after death. That's what it did. I was gathering medicinal herbs from bitterbark connote. When I see this enormous creature appear out of nowhere, snatch up a nearby beast, and then swallow it whole. That's just like that, it was gone, into the sea note. Might as well have been a trick of the light with these two tentacles. Oh, things I'll never forget. Oh yeah, that was a good pop. Shoulder feels way better. Oh yeah, I think something was like twisted the wrong way and it popped and it feels so much better now. Everyone's more keen to hear what business I had with a hunter from Brush than they were to share information themselves. What about you? Did you manage to discover anything? Apparently creatures are coming closer to town than usual. A giant tentacled monster emerging from bitterbark connote. Not a familiar creature to me, but cenotes are known to connect large bodies of water, even as far as the salt. So this beast drives into our connotes and drifts into our connotes from the outside and starts preying on the local wildlife. Without a clear way to defend themselves, the blue blossoms flee to the upper forest, and the rivers start rampaging in fear. Oh, then we slay that tentacled fiend. Our problems are solved. Hope you two are ready for the hunt. Yeah, sure, we can do that. Born ready. I'll certainly do a better job slaying the monster than I did collecting information on it. Good, then we have a plan. I'll expect one I'll explain once we get to Bitterbark Canal. The trace of a mysterious monster, but we did find the remains of some blue-flowered beasts. Leftovers from the last meal, no doubt. Now we know what whets its appetite, we can easily lure it out. I've incorporated some blue blossom viscera into one of my smoke bombs, so that when it detonates, our lurking friend will reappear for another meal. If you'll do the honors. I'm ready when you are. We should watch the battle from here. You'll have a good eye on observing the creature's weaknesses and how it finds will serve us well should we encounter its kind again. Fair point. Well, may the spirit of the brush guide you through, Peter. All right. Time to find a beastie. This is the card. That's incredible, Peter. I think I got them all. Let's return to the city and talk about what comes next. Here are the returns. I'm glad I could witness your fighting techniques firsthand. Next time you can leave the slaying to me. I know just how to bring it down, Mr. Beast. All right. Any insight you could share would be invaluable. Few, though they are in number, Mamook's hunters would be better positioned to deal with such menaces should they return. Would you ever consider allowing the brother of the Brash to patrol the Jatika heartlands? Don't misunderstand. I'm happy to offer my insights regardless. I just thought that since your numbers are few, my people might offer their assistance. What do you say? That's a generous offer, but not one you're likely to profit from. I disagree. On a total horizon, the Jatika heartland would separate them with words, but in essence they're the same forest. The forest of Yaktel. No benefits Mamook, benefits your brush. It's only by joining hands that our forest can flourish. Besides, none amongst the brethren would have the knowledge and experience of Mamook's mercenary. We stand to gain much by working alongside you. I agree that cooperation is the key to this forest's prosperity, but it's still too soon to realize such a change. If we hope to achieve true unity, it can't be forced. We need time to know the Shabral, and our future alliance can be more than just a name. Of course! We too hope to learn more from the Mamook. It really is a beautiful city. Well then, let's be off. The brethren will want to hear my findings, and I'm eager to discuss what steps we can take to build some understanding with the Mamook. I appreciate it. I'll do what I can to convince folks that hunters from Hebrash aren't all worthy of suspicion. It may take time, but they'll come around. Truly are a marvel, Peter. If you're not revolutionizing your city or saving men from their past, you're connecting kindred spirits from opposing communities. Together we'll make this forest one that's safe and welcoming to all. From the top of the Hubot horizon to the heart of the Jatika heartland. No matter where you venture in Yaktel, you'll always find friends. Come and visit whenever you like. All right. One forest. See you later, Peter. Life done by honor. Okay. Journal. That's what I'm after. These B&C dungeons. All right, well, let's get to working on a full stomach, shall we? Who? What can I do for you? I have a polished horn for you. Hopefully this isn't anything like harassment of any kind. Oh, this horn, I knew that they would come, but it's sad to think he's no longer with us. I appreciate the delivery nonetheless. I hate to ask any more of you, but there's something I want to give to my sister in return. Harvest a handful of vegetables from that plant and take them to her, would you? I know I ought to do it myself, but the crops won't tend themselves. Anyway, tell her that I'll come and visit soon. Okay, after sunset. Grab some fresh vegetables. And we'll head this a ways. Hey there, concerned wife. Somebody please help. Somebody please help. Me and my brother were cloud fishing and we were attacked by a Yeyaka. He told me to run, so I did, but he stayed behind to fight it. He's still down by the cliffs. If you hurry, you can make it in time. You'll go help him, won't you? Pamepya. Welcome, traveler. I wonder if you're out exploring, you might be able to do me a small favor. There's a cave nearby where our daughter has gone to offer her prayers, and she's forgotten an all-important fish oil candle. I could take it to her myself if it weren't for this terrible pain in my foot. It hurts something fierce, it does. Would you think you could give her this candle for me?
Sure.
I do it myself when I got a pain in my foot. It for some reason reminds me of Everyman, where it's like, oh, I totally would walk to the gates of hell with you, but like I got a pain in my foot, so I can't. Sorry. That was the excuse that his brethren gave. His cousin, I think, gave for not going with him, which is such a funny thing.
Here, kiddo. Thank you. If you hadn't turned up when you did, I'd be a goner for sure. I'd better let go let my sister know I'm all right. Besides, it ain't safe here. It ain't safe here. I suggest you go back to town as well. Maybe I'll see you there.
This one seems like it's kind of off by itself. That'll be our next mission. This is pterodactyl territory. Can't stop.
There, contemplative woman. Something I can help you with? Supposed to give you a fish oil candle. You came all this way to deliver this? I'm awful grateful to you, my ma, for realizing I'd forgotten to bring a candle. You see, these cabins are sacred ground. It's where we come to pray for our ancestors, no more recently deceased. These flames provide a living for a way to communicate with the dead. Thanks to you, I can light a candle of my own, say a little prayer. Since you're here, maybe we could stand before the flames and offer a few words of the departed loved ones. Doesn't matter where you're from. All spirits are welcome here, living and dead. Well, time to go back to town. Good to see you again. So my sister's the one who sent you to rescue me. Looks like I owe you my life to both of you. Truth be told, the Yaka is the last thing I expected to see, never mind being attacked by one. They must have expanded the territory or something. So I better stay away from the cliff tops for a while. Like I said, we make our living off the creatures as catch there, so we can't give up on cloud fishing altogether. I suppose the nearest safe spot will be somewhere near the bridge there to you, Lalal, which is kind of far from here. Still, better than no fishing at all. Speaking of which, time for us to snag us some more fish. Well, thanks again, friend. Stay safe out there, you hear? Welcome back. I'm guessing you were able to find my daughter. No doubt in her usual spot. She never was one to do things the easy way. You know, much of a stickler for traditions as she is. She actually works for the railroad company. Still, I gotta hand it to her. She manages to work toward a promising future without losing sight of her roots. I'm sure I'm proud of her. Don't tell her I said that, would you? We want her getting a big head or nothing. Well, I'd say me and my daughter of mine have taken up enough of your time, but it's awful nice meeting you. Thanks a million for helping us out. Well, Captain, can I help you, stranger? Oh, you know, that's the other. My boy sent you all the way out here to tell me that. I was just thinking of going to check on him myself. So it looks like you saved me a trip. Well, good to know he's got steady work. Ain't been fired anyway. So might be doing something right. You know, we're always eager to learn new ways of doing things, which is why my son threw himself in the Cerulean business. Thing is, those of us still living here, upholding these traditions, we worry that youngins like him are pushing themselves too hard to try to keep up with all this newfangled technology. I hope he's getting enough rest and eating right. That gives me an idea. Hate to burden you any further, but do you reckon you could take this food to my boy? I reckon a belly full of persimmon may help him do good, more good than a lecture from his old man. Yeah, I just oil derricks, you know, feels very Oklahoma. The scenery is too bumpy for Oklahoma. It's more New Mexico, but yeah. It's familiar is all. Oh, you're back. You meet my pa? Yeah, he gave him some pemmican. I don't know what those are, but he gave you some. I already sent you back here to deliver this. As if I ain't asked enough of you already. It's pemmican. Well, I used to practically live in this stuff back in there. It was a lot of wow. This will give me enough strength for the whole day's work, or maybe another day's after that. Can't tell you how much I appreciate all you've done for me. Oh, you're welcome. To the station. Hello there, traveler. Could I trouble you with something? My colleague ain't shown up for a shift, you see. I figured she's daydreaming over on Mount Saya again. I go fetch her back myself, but I can't leave the yard. Now there's work to be done. Would you mind going in my stead? Sure. Mount Saya is to the west of here. It's a great big boulder. You can't miss it. When you find my colleague, tell her she's needed back at the yard. Oh, and the view from the top of the mount is incredible. So feel free to take in the scenery while you're there. How goes it, friend? You got a moment to spare? I got a little favor to ask. Just northwest of here, some of the railroad workers have been attacked by a pack of snakes. Asps, to be exact. I know what you're thinking. Snakes ain't hunting packs, do they? Well, these do. And there's one particularly huge one seems to be the ringleader. If you're willing, I want you to go out there and kill it. Take out the leader and the rest will get the message. Tricky part is, it usually stays hidden, so I recommend taking out a couple of the smaller ones to get its attention. When you're done, bring me proof of the kill, would you? Since we're right here, go ahead and continue the plot. And your fill of the sights. Well, they appear to have almost finished. Or seeing several cutscenes will play in sequence. I recommend you set aside sufficient time to watch them in their entirety. Whether the trains or the park of the station, yep. We'll get the rest of these later. Probably after lunch.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
So since we're touring North America, I hope we go to Yosemite. Yosemite is my very favorite place on Earth. I'm trying to think, places you would go. And Pacific Northwest would be one. Appalachians would be another.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tyrol. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with.
That's the truth.
But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day Our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream.
Manifest destiny.
Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one? You can't be serious.
Oh, goodness. You guys all right?
Gods have mercy.
What happened? Oh, that's not the problem.
What in the flying? What's happening? Oh, the train. Nitobekwe and the others.
My home lies that way as well.
Oh, well, we definitely need to go check that out.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliyollal?
Looks like it. I need to get back right away. Oh my. That's a pretty big problem.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Yeah, let's do it.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone.
What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
What's the problem? Definite problem. FFXIV.
What did it just do?
Thank you.
Save the fakes. Just get to safety. I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Is that our goddess from before, the Golden City? It was mentioned in the Wakui's description of the Golden City.
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuliolol and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
Exactly what purpose would that serve?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve? This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No! His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Why do you think him long dead? How old is he at this point? He travels into the future. Time passed strangely in the Golden City.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
That say Echo on the little thing? Doesn't look like it. Auto raise.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
No, Papa can't die. He can't. We're gonna leave it like that for a bit. How? How could this happen? Pietro, we gotta do something about your outfit, bro.
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. We've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Peter could put on some different clothing. Okay, I actually cannot stand this outfit, so we gotta find something different to put him in. Right, so, Kawan, I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn and the Landsguard have begun rendering aid to our people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all we can. I thank you for the report. Please inform the Guard there to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people, I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. I thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere. More than I could count. We'll split up and see, and help all of them. You can count on us.
Alfino and Alice, could you take up Bayside Baby and Cryol and Neriville, the palace perimeter? As for Pieter, please come back to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterward.
Sure.
You bet. Rain seems appropriate. Thanks. I think I'm all right. Did you see them? The soldiers. They look like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? Thank you, sir. But my husband and son, they were... My thanks. I'll be fine now. We failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Val Woklamat and Val Kuwana? They're not to blame, I understand, but I do, but I need to clear my head. You all right? Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader, they say he looked like Zorja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? I don't have any good answers for you, sorry. Oh, Caros! Hi, Bernie! Welcome. We're dealing with the aftermath of the return of the first promise. That's not good. Thank you. The pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? Why are those things still in the sky? We had peace on the Gogol Jaja. We are safe. But now... Oh, yesterday I finally got the flying unlocked for 2 zones. Nice. Yes, the
The struggle is real when you're trying to get the frickin' Aether Currents. They're just going everywhere. You're like, oh, come on. Where are you? Oh, my wife just texted me. Hold on. Finished aiding our people here? Hi, wifey, LOL. Yes, it turns out wife was not the one texting. It was someone texting about the wife. That was the confusion. We have a spa day scheduled tomorrow, so wife and I will try to relax. I needed that back in frickin' June, and yeah, nice. Yeah, and wife finally agreed to it, and so we're gonna have a nice spa day together. It'll be nice. We're finished dating the people here. I have. Okay, so I had to switch Peter's outfit because apparently the Western area had a BDSM gear. So I was like, nope, I can't take him seriously in any scene with this. So I had to glamour that. Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children. No, now is not the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are in Telemarch? And afterward, go and find Alice at Bayside Baby. So yeah, we're wearing some more traditional white mage garb now. That's what we glamored to. No damage, no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. Yeah, Medica 3. I'm definitely all about Medica 3. That's really cool thing we picked up recently. I love being a white mage. It makes you feel so overpowered as a healer. It's great. The fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. So yeah, we finally got to the part of the New World story where the Spaniards invaded. Nice to hear you like it. There's actually a protest with some healers in the game. Really? They're not healing on purpose in runs. Really? Huh. That's weird. Why would that be? Port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. Yeah, any time I get to be white mage is fun. I tried some other jobs out, but really, white mage is really where I prefer. I've had outlaws I could find. I hadn't seen them delivered to the Landsguard care. I feel they don't do enough and want more to do for mechanics, I guess. They're in protest in hopes it puts pressure on Yoshi. I mean, to change it. I mean, okay. That's weird. No. I love White Mage in this game. It's fun. Don't know why anyone would be upset. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. It's funny because before they were saying they did too much and wanted less work in mechanics. Yeah, I would definitely not want more. And if Zero Jaw actually meant to harm these people, I mean, look around. The buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamity? She's definitely been better. Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to our people. Still, everyone has her limits. She needs rest. And soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head toward the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the Goruj Gleam Sands. Sorry, I was just there was a riddle about being above the sands, and so I thought, oh, maybe that was the area, but it wasn't.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
Nice heads up. If you ever do anything else in the game and you're not running as healer, now you know. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate the heads up. Have been trying to level Archer and Monk. Which reminds me, I need to be doing a lot of stuff in Salonica.
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Also lost nursemaid.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
How could I?
In the new dungeons with Dawn I even ran into a tank who was kind of screwing us over.
Look at me, Lamachi.
Yeah, that happens. I had a dungeon I went into where everybody quit because I wasn't doing my job, and then the next like group that came in, we cleared it in one run. And I was doing my job. It's just like, okay, you guys are blaming me for this. I definitely was not the one having trouble with this because everyone was not stacking in the stack section. And it's just like, just drama. The reason I don't play MMORPGs. And what I loved so much about Final Fantasy XIV was you don't have drama. Well, went through the new run with the new expansion, and look, it's drama. Drama. Look at me, Yati.
You need rest. You and him both. I will tend to this soul.
Everyone's doing the blaming usually is hardcore players who have come over from WoW. Remember the drama with Blizzard? Oh, yes.
I have to help them.
Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah, people who have not yet learned how to be good players.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
They can't save everybody. I don't like either of these options, but we'll do the top one. We'll handle this together.
You'll stick with me.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do rather than what I can't.
Always good advice.
We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokwista longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believe that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people, our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal.
Difficult to deal with ruthlessness except through force, which, of course, is no bueno.
What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. I just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me, and for urging me on despite my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly. I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers and its floating ships and the new powers Zorolja commands. Given everything he's done and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray. But I will make it my strength. The strength to do what I must. Right. I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Koana. Could you and the others join me in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alice I'll be all right? She's probably at base, baby. Oh. At the end of this pier, I would put an Easter egg. So I'm gonna go look. That'll work. The four-red cabins spanning the length of the pier, these pleasant cottages replaced the previous fleet of boats that once served visitors as rudimentary accommodations. It's said that a foreign explorer was responsible for naming the guest houses after he likened the roofs to ship prows and the cozy interiors to a captain's cabin. Captain's cabin. There we go.
You found the second riddle. Refer back to it as necessary to find the designated location. Okay, so we solved the first riddle. Second riddle. Weathered planks creak, quietly guiding the way. A verdant bed of green washed by sea spray. So green planks. So planks in a bed of green. Everything's creek, quietly guiding the way to a verdant bed of green washed with sea spray. So I just need to find a very green area near the ocean. Well, you're back. And by that I mean Lemati is feeling better. She needs to be strong for the people of Tyrol, I understand that, but she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight. Together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. You know what? That doesn't need to be glamour. It's fine as is. This is a very white magey look. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far as wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues to Zeraljar's new powers. Well, it reminds me of a couple of the people that I found at the restaurant at the end of the universe. But I'm going to turn on the coffee pot, take a potty break, and we'll be back. Look at this guy. Examine the fallen soldier. May move the camera, zoom in and out. The helm. Again, very reminiscent. Place where the eyes and mouth might be. You see a strange sigil in the front of his helm. Corpse. From a distance, it seemed to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material which is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. The weapon. The general shape of the weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests a far more advanced than anything else you've seen before. So, what do you think? Looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. Indeed. While it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face, not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? Not that I could notice. So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or the other conventional fuels. I tried channeling Aether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made from is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? We have in the Sky Deep Xenot. The Golden City. That's right. The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others we gather at some touch. Sure. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Looks like everyone is here already.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
All right.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
No, what's going to happen?
Greetings, everyone.
Hey! Who's with Graha? Ishtala. Very nice. And they're going to come to save the day.
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest. But I gather circumstances are quite dire.
Indeed.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
That's good.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuklamart, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
All right.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn servant, addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold?
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
To another world.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Gulul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
Oh, yeah.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
Right.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
Hit the on button.
An earthquake?
The fact there's an earthquake is concerning.
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
Yes. The baby. What does a baby Lalafell look like? Aloof Valdestian. Her grandfather. I was trying to figure out where I heard Valdestian before. It's like this dude said Valdestian. Aloof, that was her grandfather.
Baby? Now, hold on. Why would you...
Now, what's this?
The key that unlocks the gate.
What is this? Who are you?
What a wacky situation, isn't it? Does this Lilliputian land? Is that what they're leading to? So many questions.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void.
One of the other 13.
We'd assumed the ruins themselves
I
were
guess
the
other
Golden
12.
City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach.
Lots more questions.
Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either.
Crowl will be able to, though.
As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important. So Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
Your mama?
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
Surprise!
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out.
And grabbed the,
When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
That's a fair question. Happens to the era more than you'd think. This looks like a job for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We can help him. Make sure his home is okay. Find his family.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
Right.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
Yeah.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorolja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city.
That's true.
As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we're prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins.
Right.
If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home.
Right.
I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
No, absolutely. Come along.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
All right, sure.
I know what I have to do now. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened, and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk, and assure them all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I should seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the country's recovery. Care to join us, Pieter? Sure. Well, you handle that. Erinville and I will see to the provisions of the expedition. Thank you. I'll go on ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must first know that there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see it, the resplendent quarter, the Beviside Bevy, Alice and I will split the rest of the city between us. Sure.
there, dumbfounded farmer. If Tuli-la-la falls to the enemy, what'll happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we worked so hard to build, lives and communities and histories, all reduced to ash for these merciless villains. I heard Val Wuk-Lamat is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Well, they're going to be telling you about the plan, how they're going to deal with this problem. Really? The Dawn Servers have a plan already? They've lost so much that they're prepared to carry on, and standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I'll go and hear what they intend to do.
Despairing alpaca herder. It's not safe here, not anymore. I could try to leave for Tural, but where else is there to go? You look as a well-traveled sort. Please, I can't stay here, but I fear no one in Tural is beyond the enemy's reach. What if the lands across the salt?
They're all right.
I know. Even if I ran, I knew I'd regret it in the end. I love Tural. It is my home. And I know the Dawn servants would give their lives to protect her and defend her. I'll put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say.
Hey there, cheerful resident.
Checking on everyone, are you? The city has definitely seen better days, but we can only spare so much time for mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we all need to do our part. I've no doubt Val Wuk-Lamat and Val Kawana will share similar sentiments in their address. The person does not need to be persuaded to attend the address. Sorrowful citizen.
Please, just leave me be. My father's gone. Leave me to mourn. But we have a plan on how we can solve the problems of the city. Poor Zazai is slain, and yet Val Wuk-Lamat and Val Kawana still fight for our nation. For us. Very well. If they would speak, the least I can do is listen.
I'll search for more distressed citizens in the other area. This person will be one I need to talk to. Whew, wares are mostly intact. Good tidings from the clients. Oh, sorry, friend. No time to spare. Valwako Mat and Valkuwana will soon be giving a public address, and I'll have to finish taking inventory before then. Given the circumstances, it'll be quite important. You'll want to be there as well. Have returned, sir. Nothing else I shall begin my venture. Flustered citizen. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Val Wuklamat and Val Guana meanwhile, but they're young and they're inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. If we're to survive, I do not know if we can count on them. Well, I'm about to give an address so you can hear what they have to say at least. They're going to strike back at the enemy, so they're resolved to face this. Maybe it's too early to be thinking of running. All right, I'll go and hear their address. I need to stock up on food and medicine as much as I can. And what else is there? I cannot afford to forget anything. I need to be listening to their meetings so you can hear what's coming up. Sorry, sir, but I'm busy. Too much to do, too little time. No telling when the stoneman will return. Have to get out of here, find somewhere safe. Well, Waklamat and Watzer and whatever, they're going to be telling a story. Val Waklamat wants to speak to us. Perhaps she has a plan. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. 2. Resting resident. Cleaning up is tiring work. You've been busy helping as well, I'm guessing. Right now it's tough on everyone, but Tuilalal won't succumb to this. With the new Dawn servers to protect and lead us, we'll get through it together. The person does not need to be persuaded to listen to their address. Paranoid resident. Oh, this will be good. I can't need now. What if the soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? God, I have so many questions. Well, Waklamat and what's-his-name are going to be giving a speech soon. I see. Oh, it put my mind at ease to learn something, anything of the threat we face. All right, then. I'll go to the winged walk. Thank you. I feel better already. And likely better once I hear what the Dawn servants have to say. I think the seafoam fields are where the next clue is going to be.
Those look like weathered planks. That was a pretty good guess. Oh, invisible wall, I see how it is. Look at the actual thing again. Thanks, Creek. Quietly guiding the way to a verdant bed of green washed with sea spray. This seems like it should be the correct place. That made the most sense. Let's triple try it over this way so I can play that. Hey, do you play Triple Triad? I'm supposed to be teaching you strategy, so I've been trying to give it a try. mind playing around with Wu. Yeah, let's do it. Chaos. Sudden death. More sudden death. So much chaos. Death. Alright.
enjoying this. I need coffee. Death. More sudden death. So much chaos. Blue wins. You win, you win. I had no idea strategists of your talents even existed. You give me a lot to think about. A few questions, more like reading broadside of them, took me back to the time with Galupit did. Chilean scholars, I swear. All right, coffee. Now let's decide what I want for lunch here, and we'll get continued now.
Hi. Yes, you are a cat. Man, what do I even want? I don't know. I think something spicy. Oh, we're feeling very purry, aren't we, kitty? Sorry about the wait, guys. Yeah, I think fish is the way to go. Which kind of leads to blackened Cajun shrimp, doesn't it? Blackened, loaded blackened fish. All right. Let me check out then. Well, we're not doing that. Charging an extra $15 for delivery. It's like, nope. What else can I get that's fish? I've kind of got my heart set on fish now. I guess I could do sushi. Yeah, let's do sushi. Spicy California roll sounds great. Yep, that looks great. Let's do it. Yeah, that is considerably cheaper than what I had ordered earlier. All right. Sushi for lunch. Okay, so let's continue. Be here right about time I need to finish. Kitty says, I need love. Love me, senpai. Looks like you brought quite a few people. Thank you. Hi, Kitty. Alessa has actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again. That sounds like Alessa.
My apologies for involving you all in Turali affairs. I was simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see no other way. What's more, Zeruljar and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but also to the Star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Oh, computer, why'd you fall asleep? Thank you. I don't expect you had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? No, I'm fine, thanks to a little encouragement from Piotr. Sure. You didn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to help my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve my father's legacy. Our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Sure. Right. We need to see a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Oh, Kitty has so many purrs. My father raised them well. Oh, that he did.
Lamachi, are you all right?
Yes. Don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger.
Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack.
Are they laughing?
He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor. And for a moment, we believed he had won.
It's funny because it sounded like laughing.
But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zorolja torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing.
We'll go to them, right, kitty?
That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zorolja and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're Tuliolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolal! Me too! Me too!
We're all together, Indy!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuliolal.
You?
Dang it. Missed that entirely.
Uncertain
Sorry,
days
deflected by
lie
cat.
ahead. But for now, I ask you to persevere. To go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Listening to Waklamot and Kawana, I was reminded of my time in the First. When the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in like manner, and through their deeds they answered me. The people of Tural, too, will rise to the occasion. This I can tell. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We'll set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I'll inform Waklamot, and... There you all are! There you all are! Ah, Lametti. I was just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing that they haven't given up hope, it was all the encouragement I could ask for. That's good. Right then, let's get going. We're to leave for Shak Tural Skygate. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's go. Mm-hmm. Quest accepted. All right. You're one of the Lamott's entourage, yes? How fortuitous. I happen to have a small request for you. I understand that in Eorzea you have an organization called the Adventurers Guild. For some time now, the Wing of Reflection has been deliberating on whether to introduce a similar organization here. The issue is all the more pressing in light of recent events. If the city were to come under attack again, the Landsguard alone would be unable to cope. But before we proceed, we wish to canvass the people of Tuilalau. I hear that guilds are often based in locales where residents gather, taverns and eateries or such. I believe FFXIV is a close approximation. I would ask that you visit Chevrard T to discuss the matter with Bruv Ivo and seek his permission to conduct a survey among the patrons. Sure. Yes, that is Stable Master. Ah, Pietro, is it? I've heard all about your affinity for the alpacas. My cousin works on a rancho with Pedro. He was practically gushing. As it so happens, I have need of your talents. Some of the herd escaped during the attack on the city the other day. I managed to round most of them up, but we're still too short. They haven't been seen leaving the gates, so I think it's safe to assume they're hiding somewhere within the city walls. So, how about it? Can I ask you to round up these last two stragglers? Sure. Thank you, and I'm sure I won't need to tell you, but despite being trained as mounts, alpacas are easily rattled.
If you come across our stragglers, make sure you soothe them first. Got that? No sudden movements. There, little alpaca. You're fine. You're great. The suitably soothed animal made its way nonchalantly back to the alpaca stables. Still hunting for that request, that riddle. It really is that seafoam area, and it seems to think it's not that. Got me kind of irritated. You say this adventurers guild looks to assemble here in Shiblab Tea. Well, they've been gathering more foreign patrons of late, and they do seem to struggle when it comes to finding guides and swords for hire. I suppose this place would be ideal for putting travellers in touch with mercenaries and what have you. Still, you might have a hard time convincing the patrons they benefit from this guild you speak of. Anyway, feel free to mingle. Just try not to make it sound like a place you're already committed to the idea, eh? So what do you think about this? So adventurers would just set up shop here and Shiblab Tea. Well, if it means us regular folk can find people willing to solve our problems, I'm all for it. Sir John never seemed to care much about our plight. He could plead all you liked, but the Landsguard would rarely get involved. Then again, we're already got the wing of protection, the wing of reflection. It'd likely be better served getting institutions we do have to play their part before we try anything else. I'd be more than happy dealing with adventurers if they were more like you, but if the place are suddenly flooded with boorish shell swords, that's another thing entirely. I'm not looking to tar you with the same brush, but you know how some of the real boy behave. Gazing out at the beach, sipping on a glass of something sweet and refreshing, that's what Talia is all about. May it never change. What do we need to have an organization with that? Falwok Lamont has our interests close at heart. Why, she's often in here, listening to the patrons. Besides, Rook Evo already works hard to make Shiblab Tea a welcoming place for all foreign visitors included.
Look, Xavier, I know you're waiting on a letter from your son, but I'm just asking that you cut me a little slack. True enough, we picked up a letter from your son back in the Orgia, but with all that Eve to know in the city, and the cargo ended up all over the place. So we have to take stock of things. There's no telling where it might be. Oh, I see. Please do come and find me when the letter turns up. I live over in the Resplendent Quarter. Am I right in thinking you're an adventurer from Eorzea? Apologies for all that just now. I tell you, never thought I'd end up running into so much trouble right after dropping anchor. Say, reckon you could help me fetch the last few supply crates we got waylaid from all the trouble? I tell you, I'd rather set sail the Owl and Gale than see a mother fretting over her son like that. And if you help me gather the crates, I can get you a searching for that letter. Sure. Got a scattered supply crate. That's one. That's two. That is three. Yeah, Shiny. Go ahead and get this started while we're here. About 10 minutes till our food arrives, till my food arrives. Good to see you, Peter. Sorry. It's good. It's good to see you, Peter. Come to see how business is doing? Oh, yeah, sure. I finished my work. If you require Pieter's aid, then allow me to help. Of course, I'm grateful to have such eager worker in my employ, but I must remind you to rest. Even you have a limit, surely. My masters trained me well for my role. An endless journey requires endless vitality, and I was prepared to endure such a trial. Well, I have no reason to mistrust your judgments, but I know how long the tiring journey can be. So don't hesitate to take a constitutional at your leisure. You do. I thought you had rarely ventured past the city gates. Well, you seem busy. Should I return later? Please, welcome. Feel free to browse my wares. My employees here shall be glad to help with anything you might require. Employees? You hired more? 2 more? I hoped against hope that you'd quit this foolish distraction after that old codger retired. Just how many moons do you intend to stay cooped up in this city, playing at shopkeep like a child? If there's anything you wish to order, simply say the word. That is why you're here, isn't it? You never did listen. Fine, if you insist on keeping this up, could you use some then I could use some cleaning supplies for the household. You know where you can make your delivery. That was my sister, born of another mother, but my sister all the same. She seems kind of unkind. As a Vera, perhaps you have similar relations yourself. I used to.
The gender of my people becomes apparent as we grow. A large majority are women, with men being somewhat of a rarity. Thus, we generally do not marry a single partner, as is common with other peoples. Most of us have siblings from different fathers or mothers. But regardless of blood, a customer is a customer, and her order must be fulfilled. A delivery of supplies that our people use to cleanse their homes in the midst of bustling cities. Sprigs of saka sage and purifying water from the Nahuerbi. I'm completely out of both, so I'm tasking you with journeying into Shaloa and gathering whatever best suits your skills. Sure. You got it, buddy. I shall go too and bring back whatever Pietro come up. Yeah, alright. Well, I'm going to be a botanist, so you'll do even buy anything. Watch you make deliveries. Household cleansing supplies. Looks like all my crates are present and accounted for. Much obliged. Right. Got myself a letter to find. There you go. It was John, was it? I'll never find this bleeding letter. Oh, hold on. What's this? What's this here? Never thought I'd find the damn thing so quick. She said she lives in the Resplendent Quarter, didn't she? Ain't to ask, but would you mind taking this letter to Double John for me? Well, sure, I could do that. Much obliged. Well, this guy's making a great time. I have about 3 minutes before I need to stop for a lunch because this guy's trucking. Hey there, alpaca. You're fine. You're great. Come along with us. Suitably soothed animal makes its way nonchalantly back to the alpaca stables. Oh, you're that fellow from earlier, yes? I am. Here's some crap. You found it. It came all the way from my son, Zlatul John in Eorzea. I'm glad it was found. My son became acquainted with the Eorzean mage who traveled to Ro, and they ended up traveling back to Eorzea together. Apparently they wanted to promote the big blue magic techniques they wanted for the Walaji or something. Zlatul John's always been very good at keeping in touch, but with everything that's happened of late, I couldn't help but assume the worst. You can't imagine what a relief it was to be laying eyes on that letter just now. I do hope he's eating well, though. I wonder if they have cornbread in Eorzea. It's always been his favorite. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a moment alone to read my son's letter. Please give my thanks to the deckhand. Sure. And that's my food. Thank you. The two stragglers arrived safe and sound a little while ago. The masterpiece display of alpaca husbandry. No wonder you were asked to play the part of the rite of succession. Sure. The alpacas are direct descendants of the mounts we Pelo presented as a sign of friendship when Toliolala was founded. I'm sure you've heard the tale of Koro Jaja catching a golden alpaca. Well, creatures were gifted were sired with the shiny beast itself. To say that they were quite the pedigree would be a gross undervaluation. And you can be sure their legacy survives today. These beasts are fleet of foot and strong of limb, just like their ancestors. If you ever have need of a mount, you can do no far worse than a Toliolala alpaca. All right, I should tend to the two of you too kindly brought back. I appreciate all the help. And that is going to be it for now. Your bracelet. All right, so we will be back after lunch in about 30 minutes. Thanks so much for watching. If I don't see you again, have a wonderful day.